to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again. including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the danger light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets had gleamed, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof to the night that the flag was still there. Oh, sailors and sons
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
It's a beautiful day, January 20th, 2025. We just witnessed a constitutional mandate, the peaceful transfer of power, the oath of office given to our 40th President Donald Trump, the 50th Vice President J.D. Vance. President Trump mentioned in his speech one of the, I think, identifying marks that he wanted to be remembered as a peacemaker and unifier. A peacemaker and unifier. I thought it was also interesting that he said this is the new golden age of America beginning now. We haven't had an inauguration of the Rotunda since 1985. Today, JASIC, all agencies delivered. My name is Ron Jackson. This is we've been on since 9 o'clock, but we just witnessed a stern rendition of the national anthem by tenor Christopher Macchio. I want to make note of this. There's a lot of ceremonies that happen in the Rotunda. We've witnessed so many of them. But I think it's interesting, this happens with inaugurations, that the national anthem is rendered after the oath of office, after God Bless America. It's the crescendo of the ceremony that happens in the Rotunda, and what a powerful rendition we just witnessed.
Yeah, there was a lot of great music in this. The Battle Hymn of the Republic was one of my favorite arrangements of that particular song. And now we're just waiting for the departure ceremony. So at this point, we've had the inaugural swearing in, and the newly inaugurated, sworn in president and vice president are going to escort the now former president and former vice president out back to the East Front. We were talking earlier about Marine One, and we're going to see them. There we go, yes. So now former President Biden will get in Marine One with Dr. Jill Biden, and they'll head off, and then the vice president and Mr. Emhoff, they're going to leave by the motorcade.
We have a departure video. I think you're going to like, I know you're going to like this, friends. So let's set this up. The outgoing, as Emily just stated, the outgoing administration in terms of President, Vice President will depart. But why and where? And please watch this video. We think you'll like it. Friends, we'll have this video for you in just a moment. Once again, it's 1:05 Eastern Time. This is our plaza of the East Front of the Capitol. President Donald Trump, I had about 12:01, 12:02, in which he went to the stage. Chief Justice Roberts rendered the oath of office. No, I didn't have time to count the words. I was going to, but there's a group that will do that.
Yeah, what was the longest of the inaugural addresses?
William Henry Harrison, 8,445 in 1841. I think most people know the shortest, which might, I have to admit, it still surprises me. The shortest speech, President George Washington, 135 words.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, again, we talked about, for those just joining us, we've talked a lot about weather, and when President Washington was sworn in, it was 30th of April 30th, 1789. The intent was March 4th, but because of weather, it had to be postponed. You know, the person that informed George Washington that he was going to be president was a gentleman from Ireland. His name, Charles Thomson. I'm saying it twice because our scholars out there, and maybe even those short of being thought of as scholars, will remember that name, Charles Thomson, the Great Seal.
And let's watch the departure video. Time for that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're not going to talk about history. We're going to talk about what we're seeing in real time here. So there we see Mrs. Trump and President Trump out there. They've pulled the car up. Jill Biden's wearing the royal blue coat, staying next to President Biden.
I can't imagine the feeling that the Bidens must have when Senator Biden defeated Senator Boggs in 1972. It's more than difficult circumstances in December of 1972, well documented about the tragedy. And then 1973, I mean, all that has gone on 1973, since 1973, 17 years, Judiciary Committee, Senate Foreign Relations, 5 justices, it's leadership periods. He's ran for president more than once, in which even once he withdrew. And now he leaves, they leave as great-grandparents. Right, recently a great-granddaughter born. Again, I can't imagine what's going on in their mind, but some reflection about all the inaugurations they've attended.
Quite a few, I would imagine.
How about for Senator Biden, when President Carter was inaugurated on the East Front?
And then Vice President Vance and his wife, Usha Vance. She's wearing the pink coat. They're walking over with the now former Vice President Harris.
That helicopter looks a long way away. This VH-92A, there's a new fleet of helicopters being used in this. 78 feet in length. 78 feet in length. It's between, for those that are not familiar with this side of the Capitol in terms of what is new, those 2 skylights are on top of a new building, relatively speaking. In 2008, the Capitol Visitor Center. That plaza, those bricks will be put to the test when that helicopter ascends.
Okay, and I believe there goes now former Vice President Harris. And
The motorcade, correct?
with the motorcade. And now we should see the next group walking towards the helicopter. Yep, there they go.
Well, listen to the wind.
Yeah.
Mrs. Trump making certain, I imagine there's more than a fastener attached to that hat.
Bobby pins galore, holding that hat to her head. Yes.
You never stop serving your country. You never stop serving your country. And we don't know what the next phase will be for the Harrises and Bidens, but rest assured, you never stop serving your country. So I would say that was an affectionate exchange between the families.
Right. Now the former president getting inside the helicopter, and we should be able to watch it take off.
Look at the crowds on the Library of Congress Supreme Court side. This is really something to witness for those that are nearby. Marine One.
We sometimes see it working in Washington. We sometimes see it bringing the president back and forth to the White House. It's always a sight to see. Certainly for visitors, it's exciting.
Why do I think a trivia question is coming about?
You never know. It could be coming.
Vice President J.D. Vance.
Waving goodbye. So now the president will go back into the Capitol building for more parts of the ceremonies. Or parts of the ceremony. We have a couple of more things to go through before he goes back to the White House this afternoon.
That ceremonial luncheon is going to be devoured quickly, I think. Breakfast seemed long ago. In between that was everything, right? A prayer service. Or maybe it's just me.
Well, they definitely have a 3-course meal waiting for them in a few minutes. Oh, here we go.
The recognizable white top of Marine One. Yeah, we've lost. I can't hear. The direct route to Andrews Air Force Base, named after Lieutenant General Frank Maxwell Andrews. Graduated West Point in 1906, served in the military in 1946. We often hear of Andrews Air Force Base. Ooh! Frank Andrews, he was a Lieutenant General in the Army Air Corps.
So I think maybe it is time now for a trivia question.
Oh,
You ready?
sock it to me.
Who was the first president to depart the inaugural ceremonies by helicopter? Here's your choices. Ford, Reagan, Kennedy, Carter. I'm making it hard.
President Gerald Rudolph Ford.
That is correct.
I once heard him speak to an entire elementary school in Kentucky, yes, in 5th grade. And, of course, I wanted to ask a question. Do you think they allowed that to happen?
No?
No, they didn't.
No,
you're
they
right.
didn't.
Not that I'm bitter about it. 1977, never mind.
So I think now we're going to watch a little video about the signing ceremony that's going to happen next, a little history of this event. So let's watch.
The first official actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States occur in the President's room just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
Okay, so we're going to see that ceremony a little bit later, but we have something a little bit different next because so many people were in Emancipation Hall. Instead of being in the rotunda this time, we're going to go to the Visitor Center, which is right underneath the plaza of the Capitol building, which is what we're looking at right now. Here we are. And I believe the President's going to speak some to the crowd. We'll see what's happening in just a few minutes.
How many speeches he's made in the last 48 hours?
Quite a few. I mean, I can see that JSIC, the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies, has come to the platform. It's a good thing that Senator Fisher is wearing that bright green.
Yes, recognizable.
I can point her out or pick her out right away.
Look to the left of Senator Fisher, and you're going to see...
Oh, who's arriving now? They're coming down this grand staircase into this room we call Emancipation Hall.
There is a statue of the first woman to become a member of Congress, Jeanette Rankin, born in Missoula, Montana. Her brother Wellington was her campaign manager.
Yep. She was elected in 1917, before women have even had the right to vote nationwide, but they had the right to vote in Montana.
They did. Mm-hmm. She traveled quite a bit, states of Washington, California, New Zealand.
Mm.
Her brother Wellington went to Harvard University.
I believe this is the Speaker of the House.
We should yield.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here as witnesses to President Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the President just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Is that moving along?
Totally uniform.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. You know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine. Right? With the family, because of the family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They said, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I heard by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend say, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. So she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very Beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%, and we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, I've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it, they were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning? No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to do it. Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should, she's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody, thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And welcome back, everybody. We just saw the president talk to his supporters in Emancipation Hall. That's in the Visitor Center at the Capitol. My name is Emily Boisvert, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ron Jackson. And we are here because of the coverage by the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies here at the Capitol building. So this portion of the proceedings are about 1,300 attendees in Emancipation Hall, and including the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. One of the things I noticed was that when President Trump was introduced, they introduced him with two, he's the current president, but
45.
yeah, he was also the 45th president, and he is only the second person to do that. Grover Cleveland is the other one, and I was reading that when he was introduced, the same thing would happen. They would say it's the 22nd and the 24th president, Grover Cleveland. But we're excited to be here right now and waiting for the next step.
The speech in Emancipation Hall was longer than the inaugural speech upstairs. At least it felt like it. The first thing he did when he went downstairs was call the group, well, wait a minute, this is a younger, more beautiful audience. Now, upstairs the speech was for the country. Downstairs, it was for the base. It was for the base. Now, Emily and I are approaching this for JASIC from an historic perspective, not a political perspective. And I thought what was noteworthy was the comment he made to Senator Charles Schumer, the minority leader of the Senate. And it's something that you've heard in some form or fashion over many years. He says, Chuck, it's time to get along. And not uncommon, but Senator Schumer seemed to echo those sentiments. He mentioned Governor Greg Abbott from Texas, who was there. It was interesting to note there's so many governors that attend, and I think you mentioned there's 1,300 people there. In surveying the Emancipation Hall, you probably didn't realize just how vast that area is. You can really, there's a lot of people you can not notice, and Governor Abbott is mobility impaired, and so he probably wasn't exactly up front. But no question, talking to the base, and a lot of momentum to the base. We start off with Vice President J.D. Vance giving remarks, then Speaker Johnson. So the next phase is to get to the signing room. I want to talk about travel. The rotunda is where he gave the inaugural speech. Okay. He then traveled 2 floors down and then outside another 100 yards to say goodbye to President Dr. Biden. He then comes back in the building and comes down another 2 levels to Emancipation Hall. He will go upstairs another 2 levels to the Senate. So traveling time will take a while.
Yeah, I don't know if they're taking him, all the back routes that we know to get up into the rotunda. But
well, they would have to, or else we may be here for a while. There are shortcuts.
There are shortcuts,
and
if
I
you know where they are.
Oh, yes. Toured them many a time, yes.
Yes, but so from this point on, couple more things. First, we're going to go to the signing ceremony. President Trump talked about that in his speech a little bit. Here's the room where it's going to be. This is the president's room. So traditionally a room where Congress could meet with presidents. We sort of nerded out a little bit earlier because we were trying to figure out which of the which pieces of art were in this room. And this looks like Senator Klobuchar is coming in with Senator Thune, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. So this is right off the Senate chamber. And there is Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries as well.
Don't you like those floors?
Those Minton tiles.
Stoke-upon-Trent in England, $2.03 per tile. Friends, this is one of the many reasons why you need to visit the Capitol. These floors aren't just in private areas. If you were to visit the gallery, meaning House Senate Gallery, it's very likely you would walk on these tiles.
Yeah, exactly. And this room is really one of the most, it's a smaller room, but it is really one of the most richly decorated spaces in the Capitol building. The artist for this room, his name is Constantino Brumidi. He was hired in the 1850s, and he worked at the Capitol for 25 years.
Naturalized citizen.
Yes, yes. He's born in Rome. He worked there for a good portion of his life, but ended up coming to America. And all of these paintings that we're seeing on the wall, those are all frescoes with gilding. It's just really ornate in that space.
Yeah, the president's room is wonderful. Earlier in the speech that President Trump, he mentioned about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that is the room in which him and Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the 1964 Voting Rights Act, along with Reverend Dr. Ralph Abernathy was in attendance. This is an area that's not unfamiliar to those of you who follow inaugurations. But for those that don't, you're saying, where on earth is this room? To give you an idea, because you can see windows, this is the North Wing, Senate side, Supreme Court side. That's probably a better way. If you will look across the street, you would see the Supreme Court. There we see a photographer taking pictures of members of JSIC there. It's a stunning, beautiful room. It has gifts from other countries and nations there. It's President Washington's cabinet that's featured on medallions.
Yeah, and definitely a space that today is used by members of Congress, like we're seeing right now, but traditionally it's a place for the president to meet with Congress. And I was reading that President Wilson in particular liked to come on over to this room, and this is where he would meet with members of Congress. Today, oftentimes we more hear about members going to the White House than we do the president coming to them. But it looks like we're setting up for maybe a photo or something right now. Oh, you mentioned the desk for the Civil Rights Act. By the way, if you want to see the actual desks they used back then to sign the Civil Rights Act, it is in the Capitol Visitor Center. It's an exhibition hall. And you can be up close and personal with history and see that desk downstairs.
Exhibition hall is located in Emancipation Hall when President Trump was just giving his remarks. You might have seen a statue behind him, that being freedom, triumphant in war and peace, or just simply freedom. Behind her were columns and that museum space, which is wonderful. When I say wonderful, we teach students. We have an area called Democracy Lab that, Emily, you're intimately associated with programs with students. Matter of fact, if you didn't have time to visit the House and Senate Gallery, there are theaters in which you can watch simulcasts of the proceedings. By the way, the Senate's in session at 4:30 today.
And I believe the House is coming in as well.
We likely may still be broadcasting at 4:30, but Congress is in session today. Remember, to visit Congress, you need passes from your members. From your member, it's best to email or call, and they will set the conditions, and you will pick them up. And it's wonderful to visit the new chambers, although we'll be featuring one of the old chambers a little later on. Emily, I'm going to give an unscheduled quiz.
Oh.
You see
boy.
a fireplace to that corner right, don't you? Speaker Mike Johnson, our 56th speaker, just walked in on the Senate side. I'll have to ask him how many times he's been in the president's room. He's a 5-term member of Congress. Anyway, maybe he's been there a time or two. We see that beautiful fireplace. Okay, for our audience, there are, how many fireplaces are in the Capitol? I'm going to give you 3 options. Okay? I'll give you 3 options. Okay? 500, 300, 244, 44, or 144 fireplaces.
Working fireplaces or just fireplaces?
Uh-oh, you trumped me. Okay, working fireplaces is under 20.
Right, I was going to say.
But there are 144 fireplaces in the Capitol,
wow.
but only about less than 20 work. And I can tell you, when Senator Byrd, rest his soul, Oh, if you walk past that office, you could feel some heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unusual on a cold day like this for the leadership, especially who have working fireplaces, to lay fires in the fireplace, and you get that smell.
Smell. I love the smell of firewood. Some people like the smell of coffee. My broadcast partner loves the smell of coffee. But firewood, once they make a cup of firewood, look at Speaker Johnson looking, look at him looking. He's like, look, he's not a bad tour guide. I've heard him a time or two. So he's looking around like, well, wait a minute, what do I see here? The beautiful ceilings. He was looking at the cabinet. I caught you, Speaker Johnson. Look, look at that, Emily.
Well, there's quite a lot to see looking up. There are 4 allegorical figures personifying the foundations of government: religion, legislation, liberty, and executive authority.
Yep.
And there are 4 historical portraits that each are fundamental aspects of the development of the nation, and they decorate the corners of the ceiling.
One begins with a V.
Vespucci.
One begins with the C.
Columbus. William Brewster.
Yep.
And Benjamin Franklin.
Dr. Benjamin Franklin is everywhere. Next time I see Speaker Johnson, he's going to go on tour with me. He probably has other things to do.
Yes. Yes. You know, the role of the speaker, there's a lot. There's a lot.
To be fair, if we were to take the Senate leadership on the outside, in certain areas, they would say, my goodness, they would be doing the same thing. So I'm not picking on Speaker Johnson.
This room in particular, I believe the curators have told us, is reminiscent of some rooms that you would see in the Vatican, because Constantino Brumidi, that is where he worked before he came to the United States. I once had a tour with an Italian member or a member of the Italian Parliament, and he said, for an American building. This is very Italian. For an American building. But he's referencing this, this style that we've used and modified to make our own, this sort of neoclassic style that we see throughout the building.
We shouldn't just mention Constantino Brumidi. There are so many throughout Europe that came over to assist Brumidi. As a matter of fact, there's the names in a certain book that we use to teach art, and it's over 200 people. It's James Leslie from Great Britain. It's Louis Ordens. So many.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, we have a tour on art.
We do. We do. Halls of the Senate. It's a tour that will bring you down into the Senate on the first floor of the Senate side of the building, and it's just if you're into art history, you should definitely take that tour.
11 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern time. No, you may not purchase the tickets. They're free. And no, you can't reserve them in advance. It's same day. The hours for those are 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock, Monday through Friday. We'll come back to the President's Rooms very shortly. That wind has not ceased since we've been on broadcast since 8:55 this morning. Look at those beautiful columns there.
Yeah, we're lucky. We sometimes get to go up into the dome.
Yes.
And see those columns up close and personal. I think one of the things that some people don't realize, and why would you, but that the columns, some of them are actually water spouts or downspouts to bring the water off of the dome. And so they're hollow. But you know what I always notice, I always remark on when I'm doing a dome tour, is how ornate it is, even though most people aren't going to see it. It's sort of, from the ground, you're not seeing all of that detail, certainly.
Back to a live shot of the President's Room, and we see Senate and House leadership there. Mr. Scalise has now joined Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, so if we were to go, we'll start with the senators. In the back, we've got Senator Thune, Senator Schumer, Senator Fisher, Senator Klobuchar. So they're all either members of the Joint Committee or Senator Thune is our new majority leader. And then, with their backs to us, we've got Hakeem Jeffries first on the left, and then the majority leader, Steve Scalise, and then the speaker.
I need a red coat in that room to tour them right away, and it might be me. Yeah, I wanted to say this earlier at the start of the broadcast, we mentioned about Senator Amy Klobuchar being chair of JSIC. There is a hammer from the state of Minnesota. Excuse me. I believe it's Avondale. I might be saying it incorrectly, but it's a company called Walco. And the first nail that was placed in the platform, there were many hammers and nails used, was from Minnesota. I believe it was, it's called Annandale, Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. And it was done, the ceremony happened September 18th, 1793. Emily, why is September 18th, 1793? Why are people saying, wait a minute, why does that sound familiar?
Because it's when they laid the cornerstone for the Capitol in 1793.
And who laid the cornerstone?
George Washington.
He is featured prominently throughout the Capitol over 50 times. September 17th, 1793, the location happened on the south or house side of the Capitol. The Capitol has a birthday. It's November 17th, 1800. But the wing that was constructed first, the north wing. So thus, ladies and gentlemen, the centerpiece where you saw today the rotunda, that's more of the 1820s. So it's not the oldest section of the Capitol, but surely the most recognizable.
Oh, it looks like everyone's walking in now.
They didn't take the shortcut. You can hear the President's voice. Here he comes.
Here he is.
Let's hope the audio picks up. I was going to say, I know there's not a coat rack in that room, so. There is, depending on where the cameras scan, there's a wonderful floor clock by a company called Harrison Schaefer. They used to be on Pennsylvania Avenue. They date back to the 1880s. They stopped in that location in the 1930s, moved on 1300 block of F Street Northwest. Let's see if we can pick up on President Trump.
It's the next step. Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments. The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now, 31 acting designations and appointments that effectively take control of the government. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments. Commission chairman and acting chairman.
Good counsel.
Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
It was a beautiful concert. I don't know where the sound was. Temperature was 72 degrees. The sound was good. That's okay. Okay.
Good acoustics. Yeah.
Thank you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very good. Sorry. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with Mr. President, any reaction to the...
Before that, it was a stage direction. I thought it was beautiful.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate. We won't discuss it now. Plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you, Press. Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
That's it right now. Thank you guys very much.
Okay. Ready for lunch? Okay.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir.
We're going to bring him to lunch.
So where are we going?
That's what we get for you.
Thank you. That was great.
Okay, so now from this point, President Trump has to walk all the way across to the other side of the Capitol building to National Statuary Hall, where JASIC has set up a luncheon. They have been hosting luncheons for Inauguration Day since 1953, and I think we have a little video about it. So let's watch.
While the tradition of an inaugural luncheon dates back as far as 1897, when the Senate Committee on Arrangements gave a luncheon for President McKinley and several other guests at the Capitol, it did not begin in its current form until 1953. That year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower, and 50 other guests of the JASIC dined on creamed chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs in the now restored Old Senate Chamber. From the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, presidents left the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremonies and traveled to the White House for a luncheon prepared by the outgoing president and First Lady. In 1949, Secretary of the Senate Leslie Biffle hosted a small lunch for President Truman in his Capitol reception room. They dined on South Carolina turkey, Smithfield ham, potato salad, and pumpkin pie. In 1953, the JASIC began its current tradition of hosting a luncheon for the president, vice president, and their spouses, Senate leaders, the JASIC members, and other invited guests. At the inaugural luncheon in 1981, newly sworn-in President Ronald Reagan announced the release of 52 American citizens who had been held hostage in Iran for 444 days. Traditionally, the luncheon often features cuisine reflecting the home states of the new president and vice president or the JASIC chairman, as well as the theme of the inauguration. The program includes speeches, gift presentations from the JASIC, and toasts to the new administration.
Okay, so now we're back in Statuary Hall. Now this is a room that we are very familiar with because this is also often on the tour route, but we're getting a new view of this room than what most people get. We're up in the balcony, which used to be the gallery for the House and the Senate, and we're looking over onto National Statuary Hall, which at one point was the House chamber. A few things I want to point out while we're watching this. Not only do we have all of these guests seated at the table, but you'll notice at the head table, there's a lovely picture, a painting. And this is a tradition that was started by President Reagan, that there's a painting behind the head table. And this one is called American Horizon. It's by a woman artist. Her name is Jane Wilson. This is the first time one of these paintings at the inaugural luncheon has been by a woman artist. She did this in 2000. And this is a picture of the horizon. Obviously, that's in the name. But I want to give you a quote from Jane herself about her art. She says, "What I'm aiming for are moments of strong sensation, moments of total physical experience of the landscape when weather just reaches out and sucks you in. And I think we definitely get this in this expressionist landscape painting. Now, we're also looking at some of our state statues. Every state may send 2 statues to the Capitol. And initially, all of those statues were in Statuary Hall. We can't do that today. That's 100 statues. And so they're now all over the building, but they have to be made out of marble or bronze. It has to be of someone who lived in your state, who did something that your state thinks is worthy of recognition, and you have to choose someone who's deceased. So we have about 99 statues at the moment because every state may, if the statue's been there for 10 years, they can replace it if they want to, and they can send us somebody new. So we've gotten quite a few new statues. We were looking at the portrait, the painting. If you look to the right, there's a statue of Chief Standing Bear by Benjamin Victor. And that is one of our newer statues that came here in 2019. Ron, are you interested to learn what's for lunch today, at least for them?
I trust we're having salmon.
No.
No. I know it's lobster because it's always lobster.
It is not.
No,
There's no lobster today.
There's no lobster. President Trump had it with Mike Pence in 2017. What are we having today?
So a nod to where we are in the Chesapeake Bay region. For the first course, we're having Chesapeake crab cake with tomato tartare, bay sauce, pickled vegetables, Romanesco, dill, and chive oil. And a local vineyard also provided the wine, Veritas Vineyards Reserve.
Oh.
Now, for your second course, this I think is one of President Trump's favorite foods. Want to guess?
Well, he likes meat.
Yes.
So it's probably beef.
It is Greater Omaha Angus ribeye steak. Now, that, I think, Omaha, Senator Fisher is from Nebraska.
Angus beef 2017 he had as well. There's something about beef.
This one is served with Thumbelina carrots. And I must admit, I had to look that up. They're tiny carrots.
Thumbelina, don't ask me to spell that.
With broccoli rabe, a carrot top herb sauce, red wine truffle jus, and potato gratin.
Did you say it red wine?
Truffle.
Truffle, thank you.
Jus. Yeah.
Okay.
Served with a Cabernet Sauvignon from the Napa Valley. And then here, I think a nod to Senator Klobuchar, Minnesota apple icebox terrine with sour cream ice cream and salted caramel.
Sour cream ice cream.
Yep, and a salted caramel.
Okay. President Lincoln had 6 different flavors of ice cream in his inauguration luncheon. 6 different flavors.
That's a lot of ice cream.
You were mentioning about the painting by
Jane Wilson.
Miss Wilson, and she was on the quiz show in the 1950s, the $64,000 question. Now, she didn't win a lot of money, but just one of those, just really kind of looking at her background like, wow, she was on that game show. What is that? That's a painting. I'm not, after today, we'll transfer National Statuary Hall back to hopefully a tourist area. You know, inaugural luncheons, what is it about food that there seems to be an agreement about food? We can disagree with a lot of things, but when it comes to food, it's generally the last inauguration for President Trump, he had 200 guests. So looking at the tables, which hold about 7 or 8 people, that's kind of online with that. I know you talked about statues just briefly, and
ladies and gentlemen,
at
this
here we
time,
go.
please rise for the introduction of the official party.
Introduction of the official party. Okay.
Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fisher and Mr. Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Clio, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Well, that was Senator Klobuchar and the Senate's chaplain who gave a little bit of a welcome to the luncheon. I wanted to mention something in particular. Did you notice the podium that they used was different than the others?
I did not.
Well, there is a Rhode Island connection to this podium, and since my husband is from Rhode Island, I feel like I must say that this was a gift. Well, no, it's not a gift. It's loaned from the Daughters of the American Revolution national headquarters here in Washington, D.C. They've been doing it for almost 20 years, and it was originally given to them by a Rhode Island chapter. So it's got a very ornate eagle on the front. And so that's a little nod. That was for my husband.
The first state to bring to us a statue.
Oh, it was Rhode
Island. Rhode Island. Nathaniel Greene, whose daughter is named after Martha Washington. I want to say something about Chaplain Barry Black's voice.
Yes, please.
There are a lot of noted voices in history, congressional history. members of the House and Senate, other than that, Chaplain Black has to have one of the best voices one has ever heard. It just, I don't know how to describe it. It's more than soothing. It's more than powerful. Oh, it just the moment he opens his mouth, you listen to every word. You mentioned the painting by Jane Wilson. In that room used to be two paintings of the Marquis de Lafayette. That's the best I can do. I don't speak French.
That was pretty good.
And George Washington, of course. Where are they now? In the new House chamber. So
I was really happy to hear that Senator Klobuchar also mentioned my favorite sculpture in the entire building because it's about history, and that's what we do, right?
Cleo or Clio. I won't be critical if you say Cleo. Oh, and the chariot, you'll have to come and visit or look at the website. What caricature is on the chariot? George Washington. He is everywhere. My goodness, people must, 2:30 and they're having lunch.
Yeah, they must be hungry.
They're not alone.
But we have a treat. We have a treat for you right now. We've been talking a lot about music.
Yes.
Right, and including the president's own Marine Band. And so we're going to watch a video to talk some more about them. So let's watch that now.
I'm looking forward to this segment.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Nowlin, and I'm the 29th Director of the President's own United States Marine Band. Formed by an act of Congress in 1798, it's been the Marine Band's mission to provide music for the President of the United States, a stewardship dating back to the presidency of John Adams and the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson thereafter. The Marine Band's role in a presidential inauguration not only includes the swearing-in ceremony, but performances in the inaugural parade and the traditional inaugural balls as well. Before the swearing-in ceremony takes place at the U.S. Capitol, the Marine Band provides a musical prelude to set the tone and capture the spirit of the moment, playing a variety of inspiring American selections. The music will continue as distinguished guests, former presidents, former vice presidents, and family members make their way to their seats. Once the event is officially underway, music plays a central and important role in marking this historic, peaceful transfer of power.
As soon as the oath of office is complete, the Marine Band is the first to announce the new president by playing Hail to the Chief. This song has been associated with the President of the United States since the early 19th century. In fact, the Marine Band started playing Hail to the Chief unofficially for the President, beginning with our 8th President, Martin Van Buren. Shortly thereafter, First Lady Julia Tyler, wife of President John Tyler, began to request that the Marine Band play Hail to the Chief when her husband entered the room as an official announcement. President James Polk continued that tradition throughout his presidency.
Interestingly, this ceremony is the only time you will hear Hail to the Chief rendered twice. First for the outgoing president, and again for the new president, immediately following the oath of office.
In 1954, Hail to the Chief was officially designated as musical honors for the president, and this musical announcement for the president continues today. It's a great honor for the Marine Band to be the first to render musical honors for the new Commander-in-Chief.
Following the inaugural address, benediction, and national anthem, the Marine Band traditionally brings this festive occasion to a close with John Philip Sousa's most famous march, our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever. It remains an honor for the United States Marine Band to be a steward of our country's musical traditions, and we look forward to once again being a part of this revered moment in our nation's history.
Well, that was really interesting to hear about the perspective of a military band, about participating in these ceremonies and how important it is for the music and the words to match, right? And we've, like we said, we've listened to a lot of great music today.
I'm going to be, look out, a little biased. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, love the Marine Band. Emily and I tour students. When high school bands come to us, they are so easy to work with. They are wonderful. And what are they here for? Our Memorial Day concert, 4th of July concert. We've seen marching bands come to us the week of Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, and they make their way here up to New York City. There is another band to talk about.
Yes, we're going to talk about the Coast Guard Band next. The Coast Guard Band is based in New London, Connecticut at the Coast Guard Academy, and let's watch a little bit about them.
My name is Captain Adam Williamson. I am the director of the United States Coast Guard Band, which was formed in 1925 by John Philip Sousa and the conductor at the time of the New York Philharmonic, Walter Damrosch. The Coast Guard Band is the one and only band of the United States Coast Guard, and we have the great honor and privilege of sharing the Coast Guard story with Americans all around the country and people all around the globe. The Coast Guard Band has performed on every continent except for Antarctica. So this year, 2025, marks the centennial of the United States Coast Guard Band. The Coast Guard Band is 55 members and performs in ceremonial and concert settings. And we have performed for every inauguration since Herbert Hoover's in 1929. This year, we'll be supporting the inaugural luncheon with a brass quintet that will provide background music as guests arrive, but they'll also support that event with the official arrivals. One of the most famous pieces of music for arrivals is Hail to the Chief, the presidential honors. However, a lesser-known piece of music is Hail Columbia. Composed by Philip Fyle, Hail Columbia was originally called Washington's March, which was performed for President Washington in 1798. And it was actually widely considered our unofficial national anthem until 1931, when the Star-Spangled Banner showed up. In 1969, Hail Columbia became the official vice presidential honors music, and that is a tradition that we continue today.
I mean, I love hearing about this stuff. So that was also just a great moment to hear about what goes into producing some of what we saw already today, and how the traditions and the music, they reach far back. Speaking of tradition, one of the traditions is that we hang flags at the Capitol building that have special meaning. In this case, special meaning to the president. So you may have noticed the middle flag in this array is the flag you're used to seeing. It's the 50-star flag. And then on the ends, that one you might also be used to seeing. We've got the flag with the 13 stars and 13 stripes, the so-called Betsy Ross flag. I think if you've been to any kind of celebration, certainly growing up in New England, we saw that flag a lot because Massachusetts is one of the original 13 colonies, right? But then if you go just to the left or to the right, we've got this other flag with 27 stars, and that one is to represent the 27th state of the Union, which is Florida, which is the president's home state. So that one is a nod to the new president, returning president, President Trump.
You mentioned President Trump's birthday is on Flag Day.
My birthday as well.
I did, as long as I've known you, I did not know that June 14th is President Trump's birthday. It's on Flag Day. I mentioned this earlier. I wanted to do this again. The flags that you just saw, there was a large Flag Day ceremony in 1929. The flag was 90 by 175 feet, from a department store called Hudson's in Detroit, Michigan. This was under the leadership of Vice President Curtis from the state of Kansas. They marched it from the White House, and it was a hot day. Down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol, right? The 1920s, right? Let the good times roll, what have you. Of course, that would change shortly, but great view of our West Front. A real quick trivia question. I mentioned about fireplaces. There are 144 in the building, less than 20. Here's one for you.
Mm-hmm.
How many rooms are in the Capitol? Now, you're going to jump off the deep end right away, so I'm going to give you 3 options, okay? Okay. 540, 440, 640. How many rooms are in the Capitol? 440, 540, or 640?
It's 540.
540 rooms in
Yep.
the Capitol, yes.
Someone once asked me how many doorknobs were in the Capitol. I don't know the answer to that question.
That's homework tonight. I'll know by dinner time tonight. Well, Government Printing Office, GPO, that's a familiar acronym in Washington, D.C., and frankly to the region. Well, we have a video, and let's find out more about the impact of the Government Printing Office.
So GPO has been producing materials for all 3 branches of government really since the Civil War. We do everything from Congress's daily work to making sure that the data from Congress and the judiciary and the executive branch is all available online and available to our customers. If a member of Congress decides to write a bill on the back of a legal pad, we have to take that and make that available as data in addition to the printed output. We've got about 1,650 folks here who work at GPO, and they run the gamut from people who are artisanal bookbinders who use the handmade techniques that have been in use for 1,000 years, all the way to cutting-edge software developers. And we have partners all over the country, all 50 states, most of the territories. GPO started its work with the Joint Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies about a year ago, talking about requirements and designs and things like that. And GPO supports all of the printed materials that the inauguration requires. And it's a whole breadth of things. It's everything from the invitations to the tickets to security items like vehicle placards or maps or signage or all of those kinds of things. We work very closely with the Capitol Police to make sure that those documents are secure, they can't be counterfeited, and that their personnel can make sure that that's a genuine ticket when they're reviewing it. It's a pretty big job, pretty big order. I can tell you from personal experience, my wife has a set of inauguration tickets from when my son was only 8 years old, and they're framed in his bedroom. So we recognize that these are keepsakes that people want to keep for a very, very long time. And we want to make sure that we're delivering that quality of a product, the kind of almost heirloom product that you can't get every place else. The inauguration is one of those things that happens every 4 years, but each one is unique. And even in a case like this one where a former president is coming back, it's different. Being that part of history, every single time you're facilitating that peaceful transfer of power, and you're making sure that that we're recognizing it with the gravitas that the moment requires. All of these things are important to us, and I think that's why all of us here at GPO enjoy what we do and view it as something important to what the nation does.
I just love that video about the GPO. And I think one of the things that he said that I would like to echo is how many people are just, it's almost a number too big to imagine how many people are working behind the scenes for an event like today. and how much pride everyone takes in making sure that everything works the way it should. We were talking earlier about the agency we work for, the architect of the Capitol, and all of the work they had to do for today. But even down to the details of the programs, and everything has to be just right, and people take a lot of pride in doing that.
They're having lunch in National Statuary Hall, the Old House Chamber, right now. Those cards on the table, the menu, the gifts, everything related to paper, government printing office. How many times has that been looked over and over, the oversight of that? The video mentioned that a year out, they're notified and they start working on it. That's a lot of pressure. The delivery of it.
That's a big order.
You know someone is in that truck or whatever vehicle they use. It probably has, a Secret Service agent. I'm not exaggerating, to make sure it doesn't go anywhere to get to the Capitol. It is, 200,000 tickets issued. There's probably half that of people associated with this inauguration.
Right, and the tradition of the inauguration is just so important. And Senator Klobuchar has talked about this, and I think that we have a little video to watch of her speaking about tradition and inaugural ceremonies. So let's watch that.
The peaceful transfer of power is at the heart of our democracy. It reaffirms that ours is and always will be a government of, by, and for the people. The inaugural ceremonies are one of our most iconic traditions, where we recognize our democracy and the sacred values that tie us together in front of millions of people across the country and around the globe. The tradition of the inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol dates back to when Thomas Jefferson took office in the old Senate chamber in 1801. It was almost 8 years after President George Washington first laid the cornerstone of the building in 1793, and only one wing of the building had been completed at the time. Over time, the ceremony was moved to the east side of the building and later to the west front for President Ronald Reagan's inauguration in 1981. Through the years, our dedication to the continuity of our government has remained the same, and today we carry the torch forward yet again. The inaugural ceremonies are the culmination of nearly 250 years of our great American experiment in democracy. Our founding fathers intended for the stability of the country to be rooted in the will of the people. Whether or not our candidate wins, we as a nation recognize that when the president-elect raises his right hand and takes the inaugural oath of office, that signifies the peaceful transfer of power. That's what this ceremony is all about. Since George Washington was sworn in as our first president in 1789, the inaugural ceremonies have taken place every 4 years through times of peace, prosperity, and adversity. Today, we gather at the Capitol, a beacon of freedom, to fulfill the Constitution's promise to protect our enduring democracy for generations to come.
175 years ago, one former senator and Secretary of State summarized the theme of our 2025 presidential inauguration. He said, "The Constitution of the United States was made not merely for the generation that then existed, but for posterity, unlimited, undefined, endless, perpetual posterity." Our Constitution established this country as a shining city upon a hill, the first nation founded upon an idea. Our Constitution realized the founders' vision of a government striving to protect each person's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our Constitution revolutionized America. It revolutionized the world. it was the first of its kind. In many ways, our Constitution was for the generation who wrote it, but more than that, it was for the generations that followed. It is for us today, and it is for our descendants, the generations that will follow us. The Constitution enshrined our inalienable God-given rights. It immortalized America's commitment to justice and to liberty for all, and the democracy that keeps those ideals alive. After all, the Constitution begins with we the people. Today's inauguration continues the traditions that have upheld our nation and its peaceful transfer of power for almost 2.5 centuries. The theme of the 60th inaugural ceremonies is Our Enduring Democracy, a constitutional promise. Like I said earlier, that theme was described 175 years ago, a decade before the Civil War. But most significantly, it was described at our founding. It is described in our very own Constitution, established to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. This 60th inauguration, only the second time a president has been sworn in for a second time, marks another milestone in securing those blessings for ourselves and the generations to come. May we not forget the rich significance of our peaceful transfer of power today. And may today renew our commitment to the American Constitution and to the American people.
Okay, well, those were great videos by two senators who were also part of the Joint Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. And if you're just joining us now, my name is Emily Boisvert, and I am here with my colleague, Ron Jackson, doing this live stream. It's about 3 o'clock here in Washington, D.C. on a cold, wintry day. And, you know, one of the things that I wanted to point out is that each inauguration has sort of a motto that they're going by, a theme. And this one is, Our Enduring Democracy, a Constitutional Promise.
Powerful.
Very powerful.
That's our theme for Chase. Yes.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that's happened with our Constitution over the time is that we've expanded it. You know, we've added on rights. You know, at one point, women couldn't vote, for instance, and with the passage of the 19th Amendment, most women could vote. And, you know, it strikes me, Ron, that we just saw two senators who are women who are in charge of this committee. I mean, it's historic.
It is. Let's have a trivia question relevant to women.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier 540 rooms in the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to quantify this, there are not 100 rooms named after men. I repeat, there are not 100 rooms named after men. But let me give you the rooms named after women. First, just for the audience, 540 rooms. Just guess how many rooms are named after women. Just put that in your head. I'm about to give them to you. The first room is Lindy Claiborne Boggs.
Mm-hmm.
The second, Margaret Chase Smith from the state of Maine, Boggs from Louisiana. Third, Barbara Mikulski from Maryland. And then there is a shared room with Gabby Giffords from Arizona and Leo Ryan. Now think about that. 540 rooms in the Capitol. And 3 rooms named after women, and then you have a shared room. The 2 rooms named after Margaret Chase Smith and Barbara Mikulski just occurred recently, within the last 2.5, 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, Margaret Chase Smith, she's the first woman to be a member of both the House and the Senate, served for a very long time, much like Senator Klobuchar and Senator Fisher as well. So, you know, we're really excited to get their perspectives on all of this work that they've been doing over the past year to prepare for today.
Friends, let's look at this video on the history of inaugurations. That's our business. That's our task today. Please watch this riveting video.
Welcome to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. The inaugural ceremonies are a celebration of the peaceful transition of power, a uniquely American symbol of our constitutional system. It is a joint effort of all three branches of the U.S. government, led by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, referred to as the JCIC. Although the Constitution specified the oath taken by the President, the framers of the Constitution provided that Congress would determine when and where the inauguration would take place. Since 1901, all inaugural ceremonies at the U.S. Capitol have been organized by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The first 28 inaugurations, however, were planned by the Committee on Arrangements of the United States Senate. The JCIC is responsible for planning all inaugural events that occur at the U.S. Capitol. As a joint committee, the JCIC is comprised of members from both houses of Congress, one of the unique cases of bicameral involvement in Congress. Members of the committee work across ideological and legislative divisions to host a celebration of our democracy. For the 60th inaugural ceremonies, the JCIC is chaired by Senator Amy Klobuchar and includes Senate Democratic Leader Charles E. Schumer, Senator Deb Fischer, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, and House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The JCIC oversees all details of the inaugural ceremonies that happen at the U.S. Capitol. This includes the arrival of the presidential motorcade to the Capitol, the swearing-in ceremonies of the President-elect and Vice President-elect, the departure of the outgoing First Family, if applicable, the presidential signing ceremony, the luncheon in Statuary Hall, and the pass in review. JCIC members serve as ceremonial escorts for the President-elect while at the Capitol on Inauguration Day. The JCIC works closely with local and national law enforcement to ensure the safety of inaugural guests and spectators. The inaugural ceremonies are comprised of the following 8 events. By tradition, members of the JCIC travel to the White House to escort the President-elect, Vice President-elect, and their spouses to the Capitol for the inaugural ceremonies. After a brief meeting, the President-elect and the outgoing President will then proceed together to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremonies. The Vice President and Vice President-elect will follow, as will family members, cabinet members, and members of the JCIC. Since the first inauguration of George Washington in 1789, the procession to the inaugural ceremonies has provided an occasion for much celebration. In 1845, outgoing President John Tyler joined President-elect Polk for the carriage ride to the Capitol, firmly establishing the tradition first carried out by Van Buren and Jackson in 1837. The 1877 inauguration of Rutherford B. Hayes started the tradition of the President-elect going first to the White House to meet the outgoing President before proceeding to the Capitol. The Vice President and Vice President-elect followed in a separate carriage, and after them, members of the Senate Committee on Arrangements. Future inaugurations would follow this precedent. Just before the President-elect takes the oath of office on Inauguration Day, the Vice President-elect will step forward on the inaugural platform and repeat the oath of office. Although the United States Constitution specifically sets forth the oath required by the President, it only says that the Vice President and other government officers should take an oath upholding the Constitution. The present oath, repeated by the Vice President of the United States, senators, representatives, and other government officers, has been in use since 1884. The oath reads, "I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God." A variety of officials have administered the oath to vice presidents, including the President pro tempore of the Senate, the Chief Justice, the outgoing vice president, as well as friends and associates chosen by the vice president-elect. The location of the vice president's oath-taking ceremony has also changed since John Adams became vice president in 1789. Until 1937, most vice presidents took the oath of office in the Senate chamber, making it distinct and separate from the president's. When Inauguration Day moved to January 20th in 1937, the vice president's swearing-in ceremony moved from the Senate chamber to the inaugural platform on the Capitol's east front. Although the vice president's swearing-in ceremony lost some of its distinctness after it moved to the east front portico, it gained a public audience and reflected the growing political importance of the vice president as part of the executive branch of government. On April 30th, 1789, in front of New York's Federal Hall, our nation's first president, George Washington, took the oath of office on a balcony overlooking Wall Street. With the ceremony complete, the crowd below let out 3 big cheers, and President Washington returned to the Senate chamber to deliver his brief inaugural address. 4 years later, on March 4th, 1793, Washington's second inauguration happened in Philadelphia, where the government had taken up temporary residence while a permanent capital was being built along the Potomac. The president took his oath in a small Senate chamber on the second floor of Congress Hall. In March of 1801, the seat of the U.S. government had moved to Washington, D.C. The streets were muddy, almost impassable, and overgrown with bushes. On March 4th, 1801, President-elect Thomas Jefferson walked with few attendants and little fanfare to the Capitol building from his nearby lodgings at a boarding house to become the first president to be inaugurated in the nation's new capital city. Upon entering the Senate chamber, now the old Supreme Court chamber, Jefferson immediately took the oath of office administered by Chief Justice John Marshall and addressed the audience gathered in the Senate chamber. After his inaugural address, he finished his day with a meal at the boarding house. But for a few occasions, the inauguration ceremonies for all future presidents and vice presidents would take place in the city of Washington. Andrew Jackson's inauguration on March 4th, 1829, was the first of 35 held on the east front of the Capitol, though Jackson's second inauguration in 1833 took place inside the House chamber because of his ill health and bad weather. Presidents from Martin Van Buren in 1837 to Theodore Roosevelt in 1905 were sworn into office on the Capitol's east front. In 1909, a raging blizzard forced William Howard Taft's ceremony indoors to the Senate chamber. Ronald Reagan's 1981 inauguration was the first held on the west front of the Capitol. Seeking to minimize construction costs and improve visibility for a larger number of spectators, Congress shifted the ceremony from its traditional location of the East Front. Although Ronald Reagan's second inauguration on January 21, 1985, was forced indoors to the Capitol Rotunda because of bitterly cold weather, subsequent inaugurations have continued the West Front tradition, including those for George Bush in 1989, Bill Clinton in 93 and 97, George W. Bush in 2001 and 2005, Barack Obama in 2009 and 2013, Donald Trump in 2017, and Joe Biden in 2021. The custom of delivering an address on Inauguration Day started with the very first inauguration, George Washington's, on April 30th, 1789. After taking his oath of office on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, Washington proceeded to the Senate chamber, where he read a speech before members of Congress and other dignitaries. At his second inauguration in Philadelphia on March 4th, 1793, Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address. While many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath, current custom dictates that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court administer the oath first, followed by the president's speech. William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inaugural address at 8,445 words on March 4th, 1841. John Adams' inaugural address, which totaled 2,308 words, contained the longest sentence at 737 words. In 1921, Warren G. Harding became the first president to take his oath and deliver his inaugural address through loudspeakers. In 1925, Calvin Coolidge's inaugural address was the first to be broadcast nationally by radio. And in 1949, Harry S. Truman became the first president to deliver his inaugural address over television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and to set forth their goals for the nation. Some of the most eloquent and powerful speeches are still quoted today. In 1865, in the waning days of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln stated, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." In 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt avowed, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." And in 1961, John F. Kennedy declared, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." When applicable, following the swearing-in ceremonies on the West Front of the U.S. Capitol, the outgoing President and First Lady leave the Capitol to begin their post-presidential lives. Traditionally, the President's departure takes place with little ceremony. In 1797, George Washington attended the inauguration of his successor, John Adams. With few exceptions, subsequent departing presidents followed Washington's example. Until the early 20th century, the departing president also usually accompanied the newly elected president on the carriage ride from the Capitol to the White House following the inauguration. In the early 20th century, a new tradition evolved whereby the outgoing president quietly left the Capitol immediately following the swearing-in ceremony. In 1909, after congratulating President William Howard Taft, former President Theodore Roosevelt left the Capitol for Union Station, where he took a train to his home in New York. Outgoing Presidents Coolidge and Hoover also left the Capitol for Union Station, where they traveled home by train. Outgoing Presidents Truman, Eisenhower, and Johnson left the Capitol by car. In recent years, the newly installed President and Vice President have escorted their predecessors out of the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremony. The members of the JASIC gather on the stairs on the east front of the Capitol building and watch as the new Vice President escorts the outgoing Vice President and his spouse out of the Capitol through a military cordon. Then the new President escorts the outgoing President and his spouse through the military cordon. Since Gerald Ford's departure in 1977, the former President and First Lady have traditionally left the Capitol grounds by helicopter, weather permitting. The first official actions taken by the newly sworn-in President of the United States occur in the President's room, just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony. While the tradition of an inaugural luncheon dates as far back as 1897, when the Senate Committee on Arrangements gave a luncheon for President McKinley and several other guests at the Capitol, it did not begin in its current form until 1953. That year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower, and 50 other guests of the JASIC dined on creamed chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs in the now restored Old Senate Chamber. From the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, presidents left the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremonies and traveled to the White House for a luncheon prepared by the outgoing President and First Lady. In 1949, Secretary of the Senate Leslie Biffle hosted a small lunch for President Truman in his Capitol reception room. They dined on South Carolina turkey, Smithfield ham, potato salad, and pumpkin pie. In 1953, the JASIC began its current tradition of hosting a luncheon for the President, Vice President, and their spouses, Senate leaders, the JASIC members, and other invited guests. At the inaugural luncheon in 1981, newly sworn-in President Ronald Reagan announced the release of 52 American citizens who had been held hostage in Iran for 444 days. The luncheon often features cuisine reflecting the home states of the new president and vice president, or the JASIC chairman, as well as the theme of the inauguration. The program includes speeches, gift presentations from the JASIC, and toasts to the new administration. After the conclusion of the inaugural ceremonies and the luncheon, the president and vice president traditionally make their way to the East Front steps of the Capitol, where they will review military troops before leading a procession of ceremonial military regiments, citizen groups, marching bands, and floats down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House for the inaugural parade. The inaugural ceremonies may be a routine event, but it remains a unique symbol of our constitutional system. Today, as we celebrate the inauguration of our next President of the United States, we signal to the rest of the world that we are united as a people behind an enduring republic.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Again, my name is Emily Boisvert, and I'm here with my colleague, Ron Jackson. And, that was, I think, a great overview of the history of the inaugurations. One of the things that I always forget, because in my lifetime, Inauguration Day has always been January 20th, I forget that it used to be March 4th. And that makes sense in a 19th century world where it's going to take you a lot longer to get here. It doesn't make sense when you have an airplane, right?
True. 20th Amendment in 1937, we have a significant change in which we have our ritual on January 20th. Mm-hmm. And this, well, of course, I shouldn't say of course, we were referencing so much about President Reagan, but in 1985, there were two ceremonies, because January 21st is when we had the ritual at the Capitol, but the 20th at the White House, and many of the players involved, the 21st attended the 20th. Speaking of President Reagan and the vaunted West Front inaugurations, we have not had this year because of weather. Emily, what have you missed most about the ceremony that occurs on the West Front? Now, that's a lot to ask, but when I say a lot to ask, you know what time inaugurations start, you know what time the oath of office is given. It's hours. What is it that you missed most? And I shouldn't, I interrupt you again, I shouldn't just mention the West Front, but the East Front as well with the departure. We did see that, but is there anything on the west side of the Capitol that you miss?
I think just the stage, right?
The stage?
Yeah, that you get this wide view. You're looking down the mall at the Capitol building, which is quite an impressive sight. Mm-hmm. Most people, I've been saying that most people enter the Capitol on the east, but I think most people walk to the Capitol from the west, from the Smithsonian's.
I think you're right.
And so they get to come in on that side of the building. And then, after we've brought them through the visitor center, then they get to really see the interiors of the Capitol, including National Statuary Hall, where they're still having the luncheon. And we're going to go see that in a few minutes. But this is the view I think most people think of when they think of the Capitol.
President Trump was given the oath of office by Chief Justice Roberts in the rotunda. I miss the oath of office, yes, outside. Same words, but boy, the angle that we had today is just a bit different from when we see it on the west side. There's a lot more people in the background. Look at this image of the West Front now. The flags in the background. You can see more people I miss the oath given at that moment on the West Front. I think that's special. That's what I miss the most.
Yeah. I mean, it is a very powerful symbol. And, you know, the Capitol Dome is a symbol of American government throughout the world. But it hasn't always been there, right? We used to, that's not our first dome. The first dome was much smaller. It was made out of wood.
Combustible.
This was made out of cast iron.
Good close-up. Thank you, production crew. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a great view. That's not something that you normally get to see. Even though sometimes we get up on top of that dome, we don't get to see it from that angle. That would be hanging in the middle of the sky. But, 11 times we've had indoor inaugurations. I'm not counting the number of times we've had to swear in a vice president, really at the last minute because of some event, some tragic event. But, 11 times we've hosted the inauguration inside. It's just only the second time we've done it in the rotunda itself.
Yes. Well, our 56th speaker, Mike Johnson, from the state of Louisiana. We have a wonderful video featuring him and House Majority Leader Stephen Scalise. Let's go to those videos now as the flags are, the wind has shifted. I believe he was blowing from the north now. It's coming from, looks like, from the Washington Monument. But let's look at this video from Speaker Johnson, please.
The history of the inauguration is in part a history of our people and our government. On our first inauguration day in 1789, church bells rang and ceremonial cannons were fired to celebrate George Washington becoming president. Every inauguration is a reminder that the people, and not just one man, are the ones ultimately in charge. I've experienced firsthand 2 inaugurations live, and they're such special events. Regardless of policies and politics, an inauguration represents a new moment in America as we honor a time-cherished tradition. There's reverence and a sense of togetherness, and that's what our country needs. I really believe President Trump will do a phenomenal job, and we all know the presidency is bigger than even just one man. It takes all of us for the country to succeed, and the American people are the smartest, hardworking, and most generous people in all of the world. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. And with a great president and the great American people, I truly believe our country can soar to new heights. The inauguration also reminds us of the importance of faith. Every president has taken the oath of office using a Bible. After George Washington was sworn in, he kissed the Bible where he placed his hand. Calvin Coolidge, Ulysses Grant, Benjamin Harrison, so many other presidents did the exact same thing. And for hundreds of years now, presidents have concluded their oath with the words, "So help me God."
So help you God. So help me God. So help me God. So help me God.
The United States is a gift from above, and our founders made sure that we knew that our rights come from God and not the government. They boldly proclaimed that as a self-evident truth. So even that phrase, "So help me God," is a reminder that we would be nowhere without heaven's continued care and blessing. We're all excited for the America First agenda that President Trump is leading. And we also have a real sense of reflection on our history. Our grand experiment in self-governance has endured for nearly 250 years now. In fact, it was 250 years ago, this year, that the first shots of the revolution were fired at Lexington and Concord, and Paul Revere made his famous ride. Our people have endured world wars and civil wars. We've endured economic depressions and even terrorist attacks. But no matter what trouble we face, or how many times we get knocked down, we're going to get back up. We'll never be destroyed, and we will always press ahead. The secret of our genius is the timeless principles that we represent. The belief that every person is made in the image of God and has the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We boldly proclaim that as a self-evident truth. And as we remember all the presidents we've had and the 250 years of history our people have made, we're praying that our country and our experiment in self-government will endure for generations to come.
A presidential inauguration is so important to our country because this shows
the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And it's not just important to the United States, to people all around the world. It shows what a real democracy looks like, and it reminds everybody why the United States is such a special place. Every presidential inauguration is an opportunity for the new president to lay out their agenda for the country and their vision, especially to show the people of the nation what's ahead, that shining city on the hill. And for Donald Trump, he becomes only the second person in history to come back as president a second time. And so as he becomes the 47th president, I'm sure President Trump's going to be laying out that vision for the nation, how we can get our country back on track and show opportunity and optimism for all Americans.
Well, that was great to hear from the House leadership like that. And now we're looking at the Capitol building again from Pennsylvania Avenue. And even though it is very cold outside, it is still a lovely sunny day. And you can see the sun shining off the Capitol dome.
I have to admit, when Friday they mentioned about, I should say mentioned, when the change came to move into the rotunda because of, it was just too cold. I didn't realize how much the sun was going to shine all day. All day. It is a spectacular day. The inaugural parade down Pennsylvania Avenue is something to witness as well. Our pastor review, we'll talk about that shortly. We want to go to the rotunda. There is, I guess, a point of emphasis we like to make as they are still disassembling. This is, the scene where at 12:02 that our 45th and now 47th President John Trump was given the oath of office, and Vice President J.D. Vance. I want to close up, if we can, to the right on the portrait monument. We talk about the Revolutionary War paintings, but to the right-hand side, there's a marble statue of three women sculpted by a woman, Sarah Adeline Johnson, from Plymouth, Illinois. She renamed herself Adelaide. And the women from right to left are Lucretia Mott. In the middle is a familiar name, Susan Brownell Anthony, Susan B. Anthony. And then comes Elizabeth Cady Stanton. And I love how they're zooming in. I want you to pay attention to the woman in the middle, Susan B. Anthony. Frederick Douglass eulogized her father, and Susan B. Anthony eulogized Frederick Douglass. And sometimes they didn't always get along. But look at her expression. Look at her. That is a moving moment. Emily, this hasn't always been in the rotunda.
No, there was a ceremony to unveil this statue in the rotunda in 1921. It is a gift from the National Women's Party, who was really influential and needed in the fight for women to get the right to vote. And then after the ceremony, they moved it downstairs to a room that they called the basement, but we know it as the crypt.
The crypt.
Which is right underneath the rotunda. And then it wasn't until 1997 that they moved it back upstairs into the rotunda where it is now. It is a huge statue. As a reminder, that painting on either side of it, each painting is 12 by 18 feet. So those are quite large paintings. And this statue is supposed to look a little unfinished to show you that the fight for women's rights in 1921 still, they thought there were more gains that could be made. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but these paintings are done by a man named John Trumbull, who's from Connecticut. And we're seeing the two we didn't see earlier right now. We've got the surrender of Lord Cornwallis first in Virginia.
October 19, 1781. There are a lot of people in that painting. Alexander Hamilton. There is the Marquis de Lafayette. But who is the person that you can't see? Cornwallis.
Cornwallis. Yeah, he didn't show up. Well, he said he was sick.
Excuse me?
That's what he said. And so the man on the white horse in the front, I'm going to throw out another Massachusetts fact. I know you're surprised, is Benjamin Lincoln from Hingham, Massachusetts.
What part of Massachusetts again?
Hingham.
Hingham.
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
And behind him is Washington, because Benjamin Lincoln was Washington's second in command.
Don't miss George Washington's posture on that beautiful brown Morgan horse. Look at that right arm. Defiant. Resolute, if I had to use another word. House of Bourbon, flag on the left-hand side. And friends, you'll find this in the Capitol. This is just one scene at Yorktown. What you might see in the rotunda may be reinforced on the House or Senate side of the building. That's one of the fun parts of the Capitol building. This next painting is Annapolis, Maryland.
In the State House, a room you can visit.
Yes.
If you come to Maryland and go to Annapolis, which you all should. It's a beautiful city.
I often tell people you should visit two beautiful Capitol buildings, Richmond, Virginia, Annapolis, Maryland, because you'll see some things that look somewhat similar to us, or at least in metaphors. Now, if you were to enter this room now, you might enter under the balcony.
Correct. This room in particular in Annapolis, you'd come in under the balcony.
And notice the symbolism. George Washington can't sit down, stands.
Right, and the cloak of monarchy, he has thrown that off.
Ah, powerful.
Right, because this is a country of we the people. So the monarchy has no place. There is no second, an American King George. We already had one of those, and we don't want another.
No. The ceiling painting of George Washington, glorified. When you walk in the rotunda, you might say, okay, looking up at that first. But then when you look around, you see statues, you see paintings, and particularly for our youth, they see these paintings and they say, oh, my goodness, these are familiar scenes to us. And again, we're teaching the world about those things, about the Revolutionary War. They're by John Trumbull, if that name sounds familiar. His father has a statue not far from National Statuary Hall, Associate Justice John Trumbull.
Yeah, I mean, also, his father was John Trumbull. His brother is Jonathan Trumbull, and then he's John. They like that name.
Yes, interesting enough, as what John Trumbull, the artist, favored his sister who could draw. That was one of the people that was influential in his life. This camera angle is also showing well.
There we go. There's the apotheosis of Washington in the Capitol Rotunda. You're getting an idea of what a person would see if you're coming on tour of the Capitol. And in the middle, we have George Washington surrounded by 13 women for the
13 colonies.
The 13 colonies.
We have classical figures. Greek or Roman or Greek is that? Just depends on what your taste is, but everything can teach and does teach an American story.
Yeah, I think, the classical figures around the center figures are there because they're matching the style of the building, right? This is a neoclassically designed building. They do that on purpose. They want you to think of Greece and Rome when you look at this, and about the tradition of democracy that's traveling through time and, over an ocean here to America.
Now, this is Saratoga, New York. The red coat is General John Burgoyne. And look what he's doing. He's extending his hand to Horatio Gates, who's also featured in this building more than one time. The impact here, Emily, is this victory is swaying. It brings the French on our side.
Brings the French on our side. It brings the Spanish and the Dutch to our side to recognize us as a country. It's a really important battle, the Battle of Saratoga, in winning the revolution in general.
Speaker Johnson, Speaker and Majority Leader Scalise mentioned about America's 250th birthday quickly approaching. It's next year. And what should we say about 2026? But here's a mark that, here's a painting that is familiar, but there's so much going on here. It's in Philadelphia. It's Independence Hall. It's not Independence Day. It's June 29th. This is Thomas Jefferson, the red vest, handing the Declaration of Independence to John Hancock to be confirmed. Look at all of the people in terms of their body language. This is a point in moment in our country's history. Look at the flags in the background. Familiar, I hope.
So, pop quiz.
Okay.
Which dollar bill is this painting on the back of?
I better get this right since I think you'd give me one of them. $2 bill.
It is a $2 bill. When we mentioned that.
Do we sell it in our gift shop?
We do. I
We
don't think
don't?
you can get it for change in the gift shop, but you can at, where they print
Oh,
the money.
Bureau of Engraving and Printing.
Yeah, Bureau of Engraving and
Not
Printing.
far from the Washington Monument.
Right. No, I think when we mentioned that we have a $2 bill, a lot of our international visitors are surprised, but it's because we hoard them, right?
I have a few.
Right. Another thing about Olive Trumbull's work, he wasn't there when these events happened, right? So he's using people's memories. He's sort of, in some way, doing what we do. We're telling a story by using people's memories and histories. And in this case, his medium is art.
The Joint Committee of the Library, chaired by Senator Klobuchar, is in charge of what art and statues go where. Well, we're looking at a few statues. And again, I need to state this. Just because you see a statue and just because you see a state, don't assume that every statue in the Capitol is from a state, but yet every state must give 2 statues. And we're looking at an angle closest to the center of President Ulysses Grant. He's featured as General Grant here. To the left, President Harry S. Truman and President George Washington. The white marble statue just to the side is Abraham Lincoln, designed by Vinnie Ring from Madison, Wisconsin, who was escorted here by her sister Mary. The portrait mime is to the right-hand side, and then President James Garfield is approaching towards the right-hand side. We need to mention this. It's the state of Kansas that got a rule change. What do you mean, got a rule change? A state may change a statue every 10 years. And we've seen our fair share of ceremonies in the last, honestly, since 2019.
So many.
Oh. And change is coming. Now, look, friends, there's some change you like and some change you don't like.
In America,
we've heard about that.
The impossible.
But that's James Garfield to the right-hand side.
And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room.
Oh, and we're going back to the luncheon.
Statuary Hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America, like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along.
and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. You're here.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him. Caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
Well, that was a great ceremony, or end of the ceremonies. We still have one more to go, but the end of the luncheon here in National Statuary Hall. Now, I don't know if everyone knows this, but some of the gifts that they got, we just heard about right now, were the flags that were flown over the Capitol today. And that's actually something that the regular people like you and me can do. You can request a flag that's been flown over the Capitol building from your member of Congress. I mean, I've done it before. Ron, have you?
I haven't. We can think of colleagues who have retired that received the gift. That is not uncommon. When I say uncommon, you can email your member of Congress. My goodness, if you're 14 years of age, you can do it. It will happen. The old traditional way of the proverbial snail mail. And when Senator Klobuchar mentioned the flags that flew over today, that was probably a 2 or 3 person job, because that flagpole, which by the way is on the House side of the Capitol, it's very difficult to see from the West Front. To make a very long story short, if you were to the contemporary inauguration side, kind of shift towards the right to the House side, you might see the flagpole. There are flags flown all the time. But as a matter of fact, Emily, I was asking the flag office, because we were researching for one of our Zooms called Capitol Conversations that I'll talk to you about a little later. I said, how many flagpoles on campus? I sent a written email. And people know of the 3 traditional buildings, the Senate Russell House Office Building, the Dirksen Senate Office Building, and the Hart Senate Building. But what about the House side and beyond? The Cannon House Office Building, Longworth, Rayburn. Well, there's such a place called the Ford Building, and beyond, the Fairchild Building. So with the flagpoles, I was rather surprised. There's about, on campus, there's approximately 28 flagpoles.
Wow.
I would have thought fewer, with only, but in terms of flagpoles, the flag office, they sent me this email a couple of years ago. Here's another view of our West Front. Have you noticed the sun? We've been on so long that we saw the sun on the East Front. In other words, this shot that you're seeing, now we're back to the west side of the Capitol. Boy, it looks like they need people there. They need us.
Well, the other thing that I was happy that they mentioned when they were presenting the gifts is about the role of the vice president and how important it is to Congress, right? Because the vice president has 2 jobs. They're the vice president and they're also the president of the Senate. And until the 20th century, believe it or not, the vice president spent most of his time here on Capitol Hill working with the Senate. So I was pleased to hear her talk about that as, you know, a history nerd.
It's really Vice President Nixon that really changed that role,
Right.
where he said, well, the leadership, they're there, they control, I'll go down to the old executive office building and work from there. What a beautiful background as we see Old Glory, the American flag in the center, and then just beyond it, aircraft that is, I don't know where they're going to and fro, but that's rather impressive looking.
Yes, and to your point earlier, when we first went to this view earlier this morning, this was in full sunlight, right? So we have been here for quite a long time, as I think Senator Klobuchar said.
The vases that they showed just to the right of, or as you're looking at the screen to the right, are from the Lennox Corporation of Bristol, Pennsylvania. So that's where that company's located. And I think that she mentioned for the last, 10 inaugurations, did I hear that correctly?
Yes. Yeah, starting with George H.W. Bush in 1989. I transposed.
Okay.
And,
Look
there
at
they
those
are.
vases
Oh,
again.
they're beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you notice, you can see in the background, Ohio, and Leader Scalise mentioned about Thomas Edison. The voting machines Congress uses, guess who gets credit for that? Thomas Edison. But what did the committee tell Thomas Edison on his approach at the first meeting? Young man, this is exactly what we don't need.
We were talking earlier about how technology has changed over time. You know, now we're doing this live stream, but at one point you had to be there in person to hear what was being said, because it wasn't broadcast at all, and who knows what's going to happen in the future. Maybe we'll be doing this as holograms in someone's living room. You never know.
What will the next 100 years look like, huh?
That's right.
Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yep. And next we're going to go to a place where we are very familiar with, Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center. Emancipation Hall named that way because to honor the workers. Oh, and here we go.
I think we're still sitting. I think we probably still have a minute. Now remember, this room at approximately, what was 1248, 1250, 1,300 chairs placed, and there was a lot more people around. You can see the stage has been moved. So this is called the first honor ceremony that we're about to witness. What a wonderful time for the Military District of Washington to shine and volunteers. Emily, I can tell you, I'm not certain of the footwear that they're wearing, but those floors are really slick and hard. So let's hope we pick up our feet. If I wear boots, and I slide all over those floors.
Well, this is the first time that we're going to have a first honor ceremony with the Space Force. So that's a change that's happened over time. And so I'm excited to see that. We'll also see the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Coast Guard, the Air Force as well. But also this time, for the very first time, the Space Force.
I mentioned earlier that the astronauts that are flying over the moon later this year were on campus June of last year. President Trump referenced that we will go, there'll be an American flag on Mars at some point. That is a reality that this country wants to see. Talk about manifest destiny, about moving west now.
It's moving into space.
Galaxies, yes.
Yeah. And you might, if you've never been here before, you might be wondering what that very, very tall statue is in the middle of Emancipation Hall, and that is the Statue of Freedom. This plaster model was the piece that came over from Italy. Actually, it comes apart in 5 pieces, right? Brought here And then they used this model to make the mold for the bronze statue on the top of the Capitol dome.
This particular model used to be in the Russell Senate office building in their rotunda, moved when we opened the Visitor Center December 2nd of 2008. Now, the bust behind, to the left, there's a pedestal bust. That is Raoul Wallenberg. He helped save Hungarian Jews. As a matter of fact, the Holocaust Memorial Museum is on Wallenberg Avenue. It's right across from the George Washington Monument. I mentioned this earlier. There is a day called Remembrance Day. At times it has been in the rotunda, although in recent years it seems like we've been in the Visitor Center because they simply can hold more people. Right. Behind the columns is a museum. You can't see her right now, but let's talk about what you can see. That bronze statue in front of the column is Professor Maria Sanford from the state of
Minnesota.
The second state to bring to us a woman in terms of a statue. Illinois was first. That will be Professor Frances Elizabeth Caroline Willard. That happened in 1905.
Yeah, and this is Emancipation Hall. Now, normally this would be teeming with people visiting. We have, like we said earlier, 2.5 million visitors that come to the Capitol in a year, up to 10,000 people a day. And so we're giving tours. When it's really, really busy, we're giving tours every 10 minutes.
Oh, so this is okay. I'm going to, this camera angle here. Between the columns to the left, keep the angle that you have right here. Between the columns to the left, you can see someone's head down. That is the man in black, Johnny Cash, whose statue ceremony was September 24th of last year. You thought, heck, there might have been 13, there was about 800 or 900 chairs placed out, but it felt like it was 13 or 1,400 people.
Oh, they're being called to attention.
Ceremonial at ease.
Okay, so because this is new to us, we don't usually do this in Emancipation Hall.
Right. The command "stand at ease" was given. I could hear that. And for those who are watching, might have heard. If you didn't, it was garbled, but dress right, dress. So they were aligning, and now stand at ease. Some of you might think parade rest. You might have heard. So we're awaiting the dignitaries to arrive. I'll tell you what, they put in a lot of steps, right?
Yeah.
Second floor rotunda. Some of them, remember, they came from the first floor to the second floor.
Right.
The route of travel. In translation, there's a lot of people that have already done about 16,000 steps.
Yeah.
Or maybe a little less than that.
We should give them red jackets. I mean, that's, about how many steps we take in a day.
I
right?
have several of them, 3-button, double-breasted.
I've got a couple extra.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, we are really all over the Capitol building today. We're in every nook and cranny, and it is a really large building.
Emily, ceremony moved inside. People talk about the 200,000 tickets were dispersed. How about the Military District of Washington Honor Guard? Can you imagine them on the East Front standing for this prolonged period of time?
Mm-hmm.
I think we hear activity.
I will defer to you, Ron, because you are the veteran between the two of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for signals and signs. Movement.
Oh, this is a procession out on the East Front.
Okay.
Some of the Trump family are departing right now. So, right after the luncheon, friends and family.
The motorcade is going to be large, given that. Now, mind you, their evening isn't done.
No, not by a long shot. They still have inaugural balls to get ready for, and so much more to come for them. But for right now, their official duties are over. I think I see Ivanka Trump again. Yeah, she's in the green with the green hat.
Mm.
No. Yeah, so we're still going, though.
Yes, yes.
We don't have an inaugural ball to prepare for yet.
No.
And so we're still waiting in Emancipation Hall. Now, I was going to say it earlier, and I interrupted myself, but Emancipation Hall, that it was supposed to be called, originally it was called the Great Hall, but they decided to name it Emancipation Hall to honor the people who built the Capitol building, which included enslaved people. And so that's why we call it Emancipation Hall today. Now, from this angle, I can see one of my favorite statues. I usually don't say I have a favorite statue, but there's a statue of Pope from New Mexico, and it is next to Jeanette Rankin.
Jeanette Rankin. Emily, let's quickly go to something that our friends have not seen, and that is the control room. Thanks to all the men and women. Look at this. I see Blaine. And see, so many. Look at how long have they been here?
I mean, some of them slept here last night.
Yeah.
So, but this is how the magic happens. This is the behind-the-scenes look of everything that's happening to make this live stream happen.
Thanks to our executive producer Paul, and people can tell there are people in our ear. So many people to think, but this is just
there's Kim.
Yeah. We are not physically in the Capitol. I don't think it's top secret where we are, but we're not physically in the Capitol, but we are close by. And so thanks to everyone supporting this effort. Now the split screen, looking back in Emancipation Hall.
I don't know about you, Ron, but I mean, if I had someone in my ear telling me everything I was going to do, when I'm giving tours, that would be really helpful. So I want to thank everyone who's helped us today and really just guided us through this process.
including,
We appreciate it.
in my case, including mistakes, including a text from our former colleague Janet said, Ronnie, it's government publishing office. I said, printing. So, and then again, the control rooms, they correct our mistakes as well. Well, look at this. This is the the upper level or first floor of the visitor center. Good shot of that area. That's where you would also visit the House and Senate galleries.
Mm-hmm.
To give you an idea of proximity, you could reach the rotunda in less than 30 seconds.
Yep, so this is the
if
house.
You took the escalator.
Right.
Which I don't. I take it. I love stairs.
This is the House leadership lining up to come downstairs for the ceremony. Again, this is the first honors ceremony.
Marine Band will, among others. Okay, scene movement down the staircase. Please be careful. Emily and I know intimately about the stairs. They are unforgiving. Okay, friends, let's watch for a few seconds and then we'll intercede